And we are on the record, right?
We're on the record, Your Honor.
Okay. I have a little business to take care of right now, and I need for that purpose to have yeah. Yeah.
It's okay. Just put the guy in the straight box.
Hi, you can come over here, sir. I'm just gonna, no, actually, maybe it's better if you go back over there. I'm so sorry, just go over there. So I'm gonna call you by your initials and your number for the reasons that we talked about previously in the court. Juror number. And so I'm going to excuse you, and you have the thanks of the state of Connecticut and the parties in this case and the court, Mr. Bill, really for having appeared for it. You've done your jury service. Your service is complete, and that's it. All right. Are going to take a place on the jury. And for that purpose, I'm going to have the clerk administer the juror's oath to you now.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that you would decide the case between the state and the defendant based on the evidence given in court and on the laws of the state as explained by the judge, that you would not talk to each other about this case until instructed to do so, that you would listen to and consider what the other jurors have to say in deliberations about this case, that you would not speak to anyone else or allow anyone else to speak to Please say
In this criminal trial as a juror, you'll be obligated by your oath to follow the rules of juror conduct until you're discharged by the court. It is your sworn duty to decide the factual issues based only on the evidence presented in court. You must not perform any investigation or research on any issue of fact, law, or legal procedure. Additionally, you must avoid all publicity about the case and all communications to or from anyone about the case or any issues arising in it. If you're exposed to any such publicity or communications, Do you have stuff outside in the, is your notebook in here or is it?
It's right.
Oh, okay, well then you may take your seat and we'll have the other jurors join us.
All right, could you just step up for just one moment, please, Your Honor?
Yes, yes.
Thank you, sir. I just wanted to.
And you guys are all set with the markings for a little bit?
Yes. Yeah, you want that.
And you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. I've just shown defense counsel what's been pre-marked, states 23A through 26A for identification. I believe there's no objection to those being coming in as full exhibits.
No objection. All right, 23A through 26A, full exhibits.
A, marked as full.
And could you just tell the jury, if you can tell from that description that's on that envelope, what that item, what item might be in that envelope?
It's a bullet projectile.
And can you tell on there if there's a description of a location where it would have been seized from?
Yes, this was seized from the sidewalk of Campbell Ave in West Haven.
And Detective, I didn't do this earlier this morning, but could you just maybe give the jury an overview of the, we'll show you some photos later, but maybe just an overview of what that scene looked like.
It was dark out. Were surrounding a Hyundai Sonata and another vehicle, I believe it was a Chevy Trailblazer. And all the cruisers had their lights activated, and there had clearly been a motor vehicle accident at the scene.
Okay, if you could use the, if you, there's some gloves there if you need to use them, and some scissors, if you could open up that envelope. And while he's doing that, Your Honor, just to know for the record, it would be and I think by agreement, we're not going to do that today with these particular items. It's just going to not change gloves each time. And I think Attorney Riccio and I spoke about
Is that
this.
accurate, Mr. Riccio?
That is accurate. The detective doesn't have to change gloves with every exhibit.
I think his training would require him to do that, and if one of his supervisors were to see this, they might question us. I just wanted to put that out there. So So he's covered.
All right.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Go right ahead.
Hey, could you tell us what that item is?
This is a bullet projectile.
Okay, and where, maybe I asked you this before, but where was that seized again? Can you tell on there?
It was on the sidewalk of Campbell Ave in West Haven at the scene of the incident.
And with permission of the court, Your Honor, just to move things along, and I spoke to Attorney Riccio about this, if it's okay with the court, could we just publish these items sort of as they come in? Making that request each time?
Yeah, how many will be in this?
Well, in this series, Your Honor, it's four items.
Four,
So
okay.
that's it, to get up to 26A.
Yep.
So that could be published.
It may.
Can we maybe zoom in a little on that? Okay, so that's evidence number 9. That photo,
Yes,
does that correspond to the evidence number that's on the back, on the envelope there?
it does.
Okay, thank you, Sergeant. You can put that back in. And maybe number 24A.
Well, you started with 23A.
It's 23 through 26.
Yeah.
Which
Is
are the
that right, Mr.
photographs corresponding to 23A to 26A, no objection to it or admissibility.
Okay. Does that make sense, Mr. Slip?
Yes, Your Honor, although
Bring this one.
I think this is this. So I'll just get this.
Looking for another one.
It says 23.
Yes.
And if this read the number 23 through 26.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you, Your Honor.
So they're full.
Thank you. Photos, and these are photos that are identical to what are being published to the jury on the screen.
Right.
Correct.
Yes.
And, what's that item in 24?
24A is a bullet projectile.
And maybe you could just show it to the jury from where you're standing. You can publish that. That's number 10. And where was that seized?
This was located on the sidewalk of Campbell Ave in West Haven at the scene of the incident. All right, this is a bullet projectile as well, and this was seized from the front passenger seat of the Hyundai located at the scene of the incident.
And you could just maybe hold that up for the jury. And that's being published as well. That's exhibit number 15. Or not exhibit number, but evidence number 15.
And these other numbers, Sergeant, these are just internal state police scene of the crime numbering of evidence that you guys use to keep track of all the stuff, right?
Correct.
Yeah, okay, just.
So now I'm handing you 26A, and that corresponds to your state police internal number of 16. Could you open that and tell us, I guess, where that was located?
This is a bullet projectile as well. This was seized from the rear passenger seat of the Hyundai at the scene of the incident in West Haven.
If you could open that up, and if we could publish 27.
Yeah.
Show this as well.
Sure. And now I'm going to hand you 24. Sorry, 20. It's 26.
The last number was 26.
20. $27 through 29A. And can you just generally tell us what those items are?
These three are each bullet projectiles, and these bullet projectiles were seized from the victim's body during autopsy in Farmington, Connecticut, at the chief medical examiner's office.
And those were seized by either you or one of your colleagues from the medical examiner's office? And what are they, what sort of packaging are they in today?
They're in plastic tubes, and the plastic tubes are in plastic bags.
No objection, Your Honor. So I'd offer Your Honor in full 24,
27.
20, 27, 28, and 29, I believe.
Yeah.
27, 28, and 29A, as well as
And you've seen those, Mr.?
Okay, and Detective, if you could just maybe hold up, I'm not gonna ask you to open this up, but if you can courtesy can see the projectile in that packaging.
Yes.
If you just hold that up to the jury, and we could publish 27.
You may.
And then 28, 28A, and publish that, 28. Okay, and 29. Oh, yeah. I'm going to hand you, I'm going to actually. I'm going to hand So you're on the state intent to offer these, I believe, as 8 and 9 as full exhibits. They're just packaged together.
But each disc is going to have an individual number, those
Yes.
being 8 and 9?
Yes, your number one disc, it doesn't matter which one. One would be the body worn camera, Trooper North, and one would be the original motor vehicle recording on a different DVD. We're not intending to offer these as full exhibits.
Body worn camera.
Can you open those up? Those are the outline. So Detective, or Sergeant, if you can just open this up and then have the clerk mark those.
Yeah. Recording, that would be from the cruiser.
And can you tell the court or the jury in general how these recordings will be obtained and then recorded, preserved on a disc?
All right, so the cruiser is equipped with a mobile video recording device that records video of our incidents. And basically, when the lights and siren are activated, the camera is activated, it goes back 30 seconds approximately and starts recording. The same thing with the body camera. The body camera is normally worn on the trooper's exterior, outer portion of the trooper's uniform, and same thing, it's synced to the car, and the minute the lights and siren are activated, it goes back 30 seconds and starts recording. The only other way the body camera can be activated is if the trooper manually turns the body camera on himself.
So have you seen these items before or seen the contents of them?
I have.
And approximately how long do they run?
Quite a while.
Okay, thank you. And just so the court's information, the state intends to later in the trial offer excerpts from these 2 videos. But we're only offering these for identification, so give me time for that. And similarly, detective, if you could open up the next time, look, I'm going to hand you, actually, let me show the council first. This is your evidence number 35. If you could just open that, or can you tell from the description what that contains?
Yes, there's 2 CDs in this package. These are from Trooper Dowling. These are his body-worn camera and mobile video recording device from the cruiser of the incident that day.
Okay, could you open those?
BWC, which is body-worn camera. The other CD says Trooper Dowling MVR, which is mobile video recording from the cruiser.
So if these could be marked 13, 4.
Which is which?
The body-worn camera will be 12, Your Honor, and MVR 13.
Okay, and those are for identification only at this point?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm going to show this to the defense counsel. I'm going to hand you what's been marked 14 for identification and contains a single DVD. It's not in an envelope. Is that, are you familiar with what that purports to be?
I am.
And how did you become familiar with that item?
I read the report that was associated with this CD.
Did that come into evidence the same way that the other items, the body worn?
The attorney's office. I have.
So we'd submit this, Your Honor, as states 14 just for identification. And I should ask, what does that, what is this video?
It's a 1 CD containing Trooper Richter's body-worn camera and mobile video recordings of the incident,
All on one disc?
all on 1 disc.
So 14 just for identification, Your Honor?
14 for identification.
Sorry, I'm handing you what's now been marked states 30A for identification. You have a marking on it as well, which actually happens to be the same number, 30. Is that item labeled?
This is.
And can you tell what that is?
It's a 1 Monadnock collapsible baton, and this item was seized from Trooper.
Did you open that? Could you tell us what was in the envelope?
Sure, this is an expandable baton.
Could you show that to the jury?
All right, so this is the expandable baton. This is how it's carried on the belt. When it's extended, this is what the baton looks like.
Now handing you what's been marked 32 for identification. Recognize that item?
I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
This is a taser wire from Trooper Jackson's taser.
And what's you're holding an item, part of that, you're kind of holding it different parts in each hand. What is it that you're holding in your right hand?
So on my right hand is the taser wire, and on my left hand is the taser probe.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you a little bit more about tasers. But just briefly, can you tell us what the function of the probe is?
All right, so the wire and the probe are attached to a cartridge. The cartridge is inserted in the taser. When the taser is fired, the probe goes first and sticks into the subject that you're intending to tase. The wire is attached to the cartridge. An electrical current runs through the wire to the probe.
Okay, thanks, Sergeant. Put that in the package. John, the next item I intend to show the witness is 31. It's been marked 31A for identification. I don't believe there's an objection. It's the actual taser. So I offer that full.
There are no objection to 31A, the tape photograph.
Exhibits.
Is it taser?
So 31A in full. If you could open up that item.
To illuminate. There's two cartridges in the taser. One of these is fired, one of these is not.
Can you tell us, is that are those cartridges, I don't know, live cartridges right now?
One of them is live and one of them is a fire cartridge.
Okay, so that's pretty careful.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Can you tell us, get in the seat, detective. Can you just tell us generally how Taser works when it's fired? What makes it? If you have this information as a state trooper, what?
Once the taser is fired, there's two prongs similar to the exhibit that I just showed. And basically, two probes have to make contact on the intended target. And there's a current that runs from the taser to the probes. And in between that, the two probes, there's a current that incapacitates the subject. If both probes or one probe, if both probes have to make contact for the taser to work, if one probe makes contact and the other probe misses, the taser is ineffective. It will not work.
Does the distance, is there a relationship between the distance that somebody would fire a taser from and the target that would make it a relationship between the distance and the effectiveness of the taser?
Yes, the closer the distance, the less effect the taser is going to have, because there's going to be less probe spread, as you will. So the further away you are, the further the probes are able to spread out, which creates a bigger area for the probes to have the current run in between.
Okay, thank you, Detective. You can put that back in the envelope. So for the record, Your Honor, the attorneys the photos that Attorney Riggio was referring to that are the corresponding photos, those are states 121 and 122.
So which one corresponds to 31A, which is the taser?
So they both actually correspond to 31A.
Is there a 31?
There is, Your Honor. There's actually three photos of the taser.
Okay, that's, okay. So then, so aside from 31, the other two are one what?
Yes, Your Honor. They're similar. They're just taken at different times.
Yeah.
We have 131, 121, and 122.
And
What I had done was I assumed inappropriately that 31 would be the corresponding photograph number. In this particular matter, for this particular exhibit, it will be 121, 122, 131.
oh, I think
Yeah,
there's
actually
31.
31.
31.
So 31 does exist, and then 121 and 122 also,
Gotcha.
I guess.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. So we can just, so these, they're not marked yet, but just for the record, in full, Your Honor.
These would be full, 121,
No
122,
So we just published to the jury, we'll start with 30.
31 or 30.
31, yes.
Okay, and then you can get those other two marked by the clerk.
And that's just the taser on a flat surface facing to the right.
Yes.
Okay, if we could go to 122, or let's start 121. And could you just describe that?
It's just a different view of the taser with Trooper Jackson's name and badge number above it, just showing that that taser is assigned to Trooper Jackson.
Okay, 132?
22.
Sorry.
That's a photograph of just a different view of the Taser with Trooper Jackson's name and badge number above it.
I'm now handing you states 33 for 33A for identification. And do you recognize that item?
I do.
What is that?
This is a Smith & Wesson firearm that's a state police issued to Trooper North. This was seized at Yale New Haven Hospital the night of the incident.
Okay, do you have any information as to why it would have been seized at Yale New Haven Hospital?
It was used in the incident, and it was subsequently seized as evidence.
Okay. Do you have any information as to whether or not Trooper North was at Yale New Haven Hospital?
He was.
I'd offer, Your Honor.
No objection.
Full exhibit.
Stage 33A marked as full.
Thank you.
And if you open up that item. And you've opened it up now, I see, Sergeant. Is that maybe having the thought it did?
It does.
Could you maybe step down and just show it to the jury? There's some items attached to that firearm and that are with that pack. Just describe what those items are.
Do you mind if I show them?
Yes, please go ahead.
So this is the magazine that's associated with the firearm, and these were the bullets that were found in the magazine at the time of the incident. So you load the bullets into the magazine, you insert the magazine into the bottom of the pistol here, pull back this line and release it, and that arms the plate.
And is there a device that's attached to that weapon?
This right here is a flashlight.
Okay, can I just see that for a second? I just want to see that they, yeah, and so then the other things are help make it safe, maybe. So, okay, all right. So I'm advised that this is a good time to break this part of the presentation up. So we're gonna take an hour for your lunch and recess now. Members of the jury, While you're on recess, don't make up your mind or form any opinions about the evidence you've heard. You've heard more, but you haven't heard all. You're not to discuss with anyone, including your fellow jurors, anything about the case. You're not to seek out any information or do any investigation. Don't look any of this stuff up on your laptops or cell phones if you have any. Do not answer any questions from people you believe to be from the media about this case. And do not watch any coverage of this case. If you are exposed to any, avoid watching it, okay? Thank you, and have a pleasant lunch. Recess till 2.
All right.
Court is again in session. You may be seated.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Marshal.
Jurors are on their way over right now.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody.
Afternoon, Your Honor. Want to walk right in?
Anything that we have to take up?
I just want to put on the record, Your Honor, that Your Honor's excusing the juror was a part of an agreement among counsel regarding the basis to do that. So I just wanted to put that on the record.
That's very wise, I would say, and
Yeah, I agree, Your Honor. It was by agreement through conversations, not only both sides individually have, but collectively, that was by agreement.
yeah, I mean, I think the conversation reflected that it's only been 2 days, but a number of people in the courtroom reported seeing things along the lines of what we were talking about, and it seemed to provide a basis.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Good, I'll bring up the quote.
So, Mr. Slid, if you could have the witness, unless there's anything.
I was just going to stipulate to the presence of the jury, Your Honor. Yes.
Thank you. And
Stipulate as well.
Thank you very much. And so,
Sergeant?
yep.
No. All one. Can I approach it here?
Yes, you may.
Sorry, I'm going to hand you what's already in evidence as 31A, which is the Taser.
Yes,
And it came to our attention during the break that that Taser is still, despite the battery being 4 years old, still has some energy in it. Is that fair to say?
it does.
And with the court's permission, there's a couple ways we can make this safe, Your Honor. We can either remove the battery or remove the undeployed cartridge. The suggestion I have is we remove the battery to make it safe.
Well, I think I would tend to defer to the sergeant, but I'll hear from.
I believe in the sergeant, correct me if I'm wrong, but the better way is to remove the battery. So I think that's what I would suggest.
So could we, if all parties are in agreement with the court, if we could have the witness remove the battery and we'll modify the exhibit that way, the battery will not part of the.
And you would all agree that the battery doesn't need to be part of the exhibit,
Yes.
Correct.
and that it was operable. Well, hold my piece. And so you can do that safely, Sergeant?
I can.
Okay, well, unless somebody has an issue with that, I'll just let you do it.
Okay.
I suppose it could remain a part of the exhibit and just be like you have the magazine in with the pistol.
That'd be fine.
Is that okay, Mr. Riccio? That it stays in, not in the thing, but in the bag, say.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sergeant.
So where we left off, Sergeant, was the firearm, and I just have some photos of those. I know the jury's seen it, but if you could just I showed these to counsel previously. This is State's for identification, section 33, and then 26 through 28. If you could take a look at these and tell me if those are photographs of the weapon that you had displayed to the jury earlier.
And just for clarification, I believe it's 33 and then 126 through 128.
Yes, yes.
Yes, these are all pictures of Trooper North's firearm.
I'd offer, Your Honor.
No objection.
Full exhibits, all of them.
We can publish 30.
Yes, there you go.
$126.
Yes, you can.
So in this photo, Sergeant, there are the 3 magazines that actually were not part of that the firearm that were in the box that you displayed. There's additional magazines and rounds present in this photo. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Could you tell us a little bit about how those came, where those might have been seized from?
So the magazine to the left was the magazine that was in the firearm. The other 2 magazines were in his duty belt.
Okay, and if you could zoom in on the magazine on the left, and with that, the individual round as well, that's above it. And we've just kind of blown up that portion of the photo. Could you tell us, are those rounds that are to the right of the magazine, or those be the rounds that were removed from the magazine?
Yes.
And how many rounds do you see?
There's 10 to the right of the magazine plus the round up top
And with the round up top, where would that be?
in the chamber.
So could you just, for those that aren't familiar with firearms, maybe explain how we fire a weapon and how the bullets move through the firearm from the magazine?
All right, so those bullets would be loaded into the magazine in a stack formation. When you insert the magazine into the firearm, the top piece of that magazine sits at the top. When you rack the slide or rack the action, it inserts a bullet into the chamber. And when the handgun's fired, it takes the next bullet up in succession, enters it into the chamber.
So if you were to remove a magazine in the middle of, or let's say when a portion of the rounds were fired, where would there be a magazine, a round that might remain in the firearm itself?
Yes,
And that big round that's at the top.
correct.
Okay, thank you. And maybe 127? Yeah, that's just a picture, same as the last picture, maybe
Just a different view.
128. What do we see here?
Just a close-up photograph of the flashlight portion of the firearm.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to hand you an envelope. It's not pre-marked yet. I mean, there is a marking on it, but I'm going to have the clerk amend it. There's 2 discs in here. This is another body-worn camera envelope. And there are 2 discs inside. And if you could just open that up for us, and then we will have the clerk mark what's inside. So what are the 2 items that are in that?
These are 2 CDs. One CD is, both CDs are from Trooper Jackson. One CD is body-worn camera footage from Trooper Jackson of the incident. The other is from his cruiser, the mobile video recording device from his cruiser.
And I would like the body worn camera marked as states 10 for ID and NVR recording marked 11 for ID.
So the one from the car would be 10
Correct.
and then 11
Yes.
for identification.
Sure. Detective, I'm handing you what's been marked. States 36, I believe. For identification. Recognize that item?
I do.
And what is it? For today?
It's a Hanes white T-shirt, size large, with defects and blood-like staining. And this was seized from the hospital. The victim was wearing this at the time of the incident.
Would you mind opening that bag up?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Would you please release the
This is
Just bear with me for a moment. Yeah. Okay.
So before you, let me just make clear, I see that you've got a photograph in your hand. So this is a photograph of that exhibit? So this will be one of those 36A things. Okay, so just to make sure that our media friends are on board, that neither of those is to be published.
Yes, Your Honor, it's one of those items.
All right,
Do you approach, Your Honor?
yes. You want to, Devin, Mr. Clerk, Mr.
what's been marked, to show the defense counsel what's been marked 36 for identification. You recognize that?
I do.
What's that?
This is a picture of the shirt when we were processing it after the incident.
And there's some numbered evidence markers on there. What are those? What do those show?
All right, so there's yellow arrows on here, each with a letter, and that's assigned to a defect, a suspected bullet strike in the shirt.
I'd offer, Your Honor.
No objection.
Well, looks like you're up on both of them.
It's just actually one photograph.
Yeah, the shirt though. The shirt also.
Yes, the shirt and 36.
No objection to either.
Full exhibit both.
May 36 be published?
Um,
Or 30,
you mean 36A?
yes.
36. 36 is the picture. 36A is the actual shirt.
Okay, yeah, 36. Yes, it may.
Maybe you could blow up the areas where the defects are shown. So we've expanded that photograph a little bit, and that's what you're just referring to with respect to where bullet strikes were suspected to be in that item.
Yes.
Thank you. And you now what's been marked 35A for identification. It has an evidence label on it. Can you tell what that is?
Yes, it's a navy colored Hollister brand winter coat, size medium with fur-lined hood and interior, and multiple defects and a broken Taser wire are on this jacket. This was seized from the sidewalk on Campbell Ave at the time of the incident.
And that's in the same condition it was when it was seized?
Correct. Yep.
I'd offer,
Yes.
Your Honor.
No objection.
Full exhibit. Is that A or 35?
This is 35A. Sergeant, if you could open up that bag. And if you wouldn't mind removing that item. And you can step down if you need to, but if you could just show that to the jury. And that's on the right-hand sleeve there, there's a wire with, it looks like some sort of metal item attached to it. Is that the Taser prong?
It is.
And it's the Taser wire?
Yes.
And Are you able to articulate based on what you can see where the defects are? Oh, you're not going to tell. So you're showing us some parts of the code that it looks like the inner lining or the outer lining was breached and the inner lining is exposed for those where the bullet strikes would have been. Okay, thank you. You can put it back in the bag. While you're doing that, let me just ask you, were photographs taken as part of the procedure in collecting evidence and collecting collecting that code and documenting the condition it was in?
They were taken on scene and during process later on.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to show you some of those photos in a moment. And your I've marked for identification states 35 and then 137 through 42. I've just shown those to defense counsel. I don't believe there's going to be an objection. May those be marked in as full at this time?
No objection.
So this is 35, which corresponds with 35A that just was admitted.
That's right, Your Honor. Did some additional,
And then 137 through 142?
yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And you've seen these, Mr. Ricciardo?
No objection.
Well, subject to identification by the sergeant for exhibits.
Yeah. I'm handing those items to you, detective, that now is full. For those adopted, you have some of the photographs that are taken in the code.
They are.
So if we could just publish number 30, 35.
Those are all full.
So how would you describe the condition of the code here?
So this is an overall view of the coat in the condition that we found it. And we just emptied the contents of the pockets. We assigned it an evidence exhibit, which is number 11. And we're just documenting the coat as we found it.
And the taser wire, that's visible over here from the left, from I guess the right arm, but on the left side of the screen down towards the pocket of the front of the left jacket.
Yes.
And we could go to 137. And what do we see here?
So that's an overall view of the jacket. Those yellow arrows with letters on them are areas of defects or suspected bullet strikes.
There's some closer up photos of those that I have here. What's reveal 138? So this looked from the previous photo, this was on the, I guess, the right arm, but again, on the left side of the screen.
Yes.
And if maybe you could go a little closer of that defect there. That's on the bullet strikes?
We believe so, yes.
And 139, please. What do we see here?
A suspected bullet strike.
Okay, 140.
A suspected bullet strike with a measuring scale.
And 141. you know, I think that's, that actually didn't get loaded in my computer, but if you could, just show that to the jury. I'll do that way.
These are two suspected bullet strikes. A and B differentiates the two strikes.
That's 141.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And finally here, 142. Should be on. Okay, so this is 142, and what's the part of the code is this?
This is the backside of the coat. And again, you can see the taser wire and you can see the arrows, yellow arrows with letters on them. They can indicate suspected bullet strikes on the jacket.
The ones that you have, whatever's red. Which ones? Let's see. The first 10. Your Honor, I just showed the defense counsel what's been marked as 60. I'm going to go 10 at a time, make it a little easier. 30, 32, 34, 39, 40, 64, 65, 66, 67 for ID.
All of them are for ID.
Yeah, they're marked that way now, Your Honor, yes. I intend to offer them through the witness. Any objection to being full?
No objection to any of these being admitted.
Sergeant, I'm going to hand you a series of photos. Some of these are photographs on the scene. Some of those are photographs of items that were seized at the scene. And maybe some diagrams. So I'd like to go through these. First, I'm going to hand you states 30, which has been marked in full. And it's a full exhibit. We can look at. And what do we see here?
That's Trooper Jackson's baton in the expanded state.
32.
This is State Police Exhibit 14, which is the taser wire and probe from the fire taser.
34.
That's Trooper North's duty belt.
So let's talk about this a little bit, what some of the items are here. And maybe it's just expanding into that side of that. First of all, what's the circular item?
So the circular item is belt keepers, and basically you wear underneath the duty belt is a trouser belt. All right, and those keepers wrap around the duty belt to the trouser belt to keep the duty belt in place. Usually there's about 4 of them.
Okay, and could you just 34.
So, I mean, just, maybe I'm confused, but just so that it's clear, I don't believe I admitted all these into evidence yet because I don't think the witness has described what they are. I'm gonna do that as he does.
Oh, okay, Your Honor. I thought, I offered them after, to move things along a little quicker, I offered them as full exhibits.
Right, but, so they're gonna, well, I mean, I think if he can say what they are.
Okay, sir, sure. So, all right, so just for the record, 32 and 30, Your Honor, this is 30.
They're
30,
30, 32, and 34 are full exhibits.
This is not 34, may this be offered in full?
Yep.
So if you could zoom in maybe on the left 2 items on that belt. Okay, what are those items?
So the item on the left is a magazine pouch, which is empty. We removed the magazines during processing.
And what's the,
To the right of that is a taser holster. There was a taser in it. We removed the taser during processing.
okay, and maybe go to the next 2 items.
All right, to the left is a baton in a holster. The middle item is a portable radio in a holster. To the right of that is a tourniquet. And to the right of that is a flashlight in a holder.
And expand it out. And yeah, the right side there. What are the items on the right?
The items on the right are knives. And there's a handcuff case, OC spray case with OC in it, and a firearm holster.
Thank you. So I say we'll offer 34 as opposed to the,
Yep.
Okay.
That's full.
and just so we're clear, these were items that were seized or taken from Trooper North at the hospital or some other location.
Yes, at the hospital.
This is standard operating procedure in an hospital shooting.
Yes.
So next I'm going to show you some pictures of the scene. So first I'm going to hand you 64 through 67. You just take a look at those. Tell me if you recognize them.
Right, they're not just
I do.
Generally, what they
Overall views of the scene and the area surrounding the scene,
taken that night.
taken that night.
I'd offer them, Your Honor.
No objection.
So
full exhibits, that would be which ones?
64 through 67, Your Honor.
Okay, all
So-
four.
Published 64.
Yes.
And just, could you just describe what you're able to see here?
That's the I-95 North exit 43 off ramp. That's from the top of the ramp facing north.
So this would have been the exit that how they got off.
Correct.
We can go to next to line 65.
That's just a different view of the ramp, further down the ramp.
66.
That's an overall scene from Campbell Ave facing west.
67.
That's an overall view of the scene, Trooper North's car, the victim's car, and Trooper Jackson's car.
Okay, just to orient, there'll be some other pictures, but just to orient us. You said Trooper North's car and Trooper Jackson's car is, that's the Hyundai, correct?
Correct.
And to the left here, in front is, whose car is that?
Trooper North's car,
And this vehicle?
Trooper Jackson's car.
And there's some material over here on the right. Do you have any idea what that is?
That's a medical responder kit, first aid kit, and clothing from the victim.
Okay. And to your knowledge, were life-saving measures attempted
They were.
at that location? So I'm giving you 10 additional photos, which are 60. '63, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, and 76 marked for identification. Could you just take a look at these photos and generally start with 63. What's that a photo of?
So this is an overall photograph of Trooper North in his assigned uniform at the hospital the night of the incident.
I'd offer it, Your Honor.
No objection. Full exhibit.
Maybe published, 63.
Yes.
And that's the duty belt that we saw earlier with the items on it. Is Trooper North wearing it at this point in time?
He is.
So it's the same duty belt.
It is.
And you see the, there's a, if you can zoom in on the camera. And that's Trooper North's body worn camera.
It is.
And just for the purposes of the record, generally where you see that worn on this uniform.
That's basically in the center of his chest.
Okay, and that's within.
That's where troopers and officers wear them.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so the next several photos. We go back to the scene for a moment. This is 68 through 74. Take a look at those and tell me what they depict.
So these photographs are overall photographs of the scene, different views of the scene, and in them you can see little yellow stanchions with numbers on them. Those evidence are evidence stanchions. So anywhere you see those stanchions, there's evidence. There's different types of evidence that was seized in this case, whether it be clothing, shell casings, etc.
And did they fairly inaccurately depict the way the scene looked on that evening?
Yes.
I'd offer them, Your Honor.
No objection. Full exhibit 68 through 74.
And we can publish 68.
May.
So just tell me what we see here.
Just an overall view of how we found the vehicles and evidence that night.
And again, there's 3 vehicles.
3 vehicles.
Trooper North's car on the left.
The victim's car in the middle, the white car, and Trooper Jackson's car on the right. We did shut the lights off the emergency lights off on some of the cruisers because it affects the cameras when we're taking pictures.
In other words, when you arrived at the scene, the emergency lights were active.
They were all active.
Were any sirens on or just the lights?
No, when we got there, just the lights were on.
So you turned the lights off?
Correct.
Because they would need to photograph?
It would.
That's standard procedure?
Standard procedure.
Okay. Go to 69. What's the orientation of the vehicles here?
All right, so we're facing east on Campbell Ave, and basically you can see Trooper North's cruiser to the right, the victim's vehicle, which is the white Hyundai, and another vehicle that was involved in the incident to the left, the Chevy Trailblazer.
Okay. Do you have knowledge about what the involvement of that vehicle?
Yes.
What's that? What happened there?
So basically when the motor vehicle pursuit exited the highway, they took a left going west on Campbell Ave. The victim's vehicle struck the Chevy Trailblazer and came to a stop.
Okay, we could publish 70.
Okay.
And what's the perspective here?
Just a different view of the vehicles.
Trailblazer being right in the middle of the photograph.
Correct.
71, please. Publish that. And what do we see here?
This is an overall view of clothing and a first aid kit. As they were rendering aid, you can see the yellow stanchions. Those yellow stanchions just differentiate and identify different items of evidence.
Most of it, okay. All right, 72, please. Can you publish that?
Yep.
Just a little further down the sidewalk here.
Yeah, so this view is facing west, just a different view of the scene.
Okay, and you've seen the videos to there. You mentioned some of the body worn camera goes on and on.
It does.
And you saw you saw the troopers attempting life-saving procedures in that general area?
They did. That would be the area where all the first aid equipment is. The blue bag right there is a first aid kit.
And 73, please. Publish that. And what's this showing?
It's just a different view showing the collision between the white Hyundai and the Chevy Trailblazer.
Was, to your knowledge, was that the condition of the roof line? Let's go to 74. What do we see here?
Just a different view of the scene and the vehicles. Again, the yellow stanchions are evidence exhibits that we found at the scene.
Such as,
Expended shell casings.
some of which were introduced as evidence today?
Yes.
68. And what do we see here? Actually, it's 68. This might be a different view. What else do you see here?
Again, just an overall view of the victim's vehicle, Trooper North and Trooper Jackson's cruiser. Yellow evidence stanchions with evidence in the roadway.
Okay, Your Honor, this is going to show the witness what's marked as State's ID 70. '77 through '86. So if you you could take a look at those, Detective, and tell me what those are generally.
All right, so these photographs depict all expended shell casings plus a knife that we found on scene. They're close-up photographs with an evidence stanchion indicating which number the evidence exhibits are.
And they accurately represent the way things appeared on that night.
That's as we found them.
That also, Your Honor, full.
No objection.
Full exhibits 77 through 86. There are no numbers that don't correspond to pieces of evidence in that series?
That's correct.
Okay, 77 through 86, full.
So we can publish 77,
Yes.
and just tell the jury what that is.
That's an expanded shell casing with an evidence stanchion, State Police Exhibit 3.
There's a couple of pictures of the shell casings. These are, is it fair to say these are shell casings that were already admitted this morning?
They were.
Thank you. We published 78.
State Police Exhibit 4, Evidence Exhibit 4, which is an expanded shell casing. This is as how we found them on scene.
Okay, and because the jury will have these, the other items that we put in evidence, do these numbers, the stanchion numbers generally correspond to the outside of the envelopes? If the jury will
Yes.
That does. Thank you. If we could go to 79, please, publish that. And what do we see here?
So here's an overall view of State Police Evidence Exhibit number 4, I believe.
Is it in that little-
Yeah, thank you.
Sure.
Yes, that's it, number 4. So that's an expended shell casing as well.
Okay, we can go to 80, publish that.
State Police Evidence Exhibit number 5, which is an expended shell casing. This was found on the hood of one of the cruisers.
And 81, if we could publish 81, is that another picture of that same?
Just a different view.
So it's on the hood.
It was on the hood of the cruiser.
Do you know which cruiser that is?
That's Trooper Jackson's cruiser.
We could go to publish 82. What is this, Sean?
This is an overall view of exhibits 4, 6, and 8, which are expended shell casings. They're on the ground, and the stanchions just show where the shell casings are located.
And they're, is it fair to say, on the left side of the Hyundai and in front of Trooper Jackson's cruiser?
They are.
Thank you. We could publish 83.
A close-up view of State Police Evidence Exhibit 6, an expended shell casing.
And publish 84.
Close-up view of State Police Exhibit 8, which is an expended shell casing.
I want to show you first, you can publish 86, actually. And that's what you can see there.
Yeah, so that's an overall view of the front of the victim's car, the Hyundai. And number 7 is an evidence, State Police Exhibit number 7 is a serrated knife.
And if we go to 85, publish that.
That's a close-up view of State Police Exhibit number 7, which is a serrated knife.
And Your Honor, I actually have 12 now. I'm prepared to show the witness. These are marked for identification. I just showed defense counsel 75 and 76, and then 87 through 96 for ID.
Okay.
Same question with regard to these 12 photographs. If you could take a look at those and just tell me if they generally, what they generally show. Did these show other?
These are just photographs of the scene and different types of evidence that we seized on scene.
Okay, and they fairly and accurately depict the way things looked that night?
They do.
So let me start with, I'd offer them, Your Honor, full. I'd offer them full.
No objection to any of the offered exhibits.
Okay, they're all full exhibits.
So let me show you 75. You probably 75? And what's that?
State Police Exhibit number 1, which is one expended shell casing with evidence stanchion.
And 76, please?
State Police Exhibit number 2, which is an expended shell casing.
And 87, please.
All right, so this is an overall photograph of the sidewalk from basically the front of Trooper Jackson's cruiser, so facing north. And you can see various evidence stanchions and evidence clothing and first aid kit and several first aid devices on the ground.
And 88, please?
So this is State Police Exhibit number 9, which is a bullet projectile on the sidewalk of Campbell Ave.
And this item was already admitted into evidence this morning?
It was.
And could you zoom in on that a little bit? So that's a fire round.
It is.
89, please?
It's a State Police Exhibit number 10, which is a bullet projectile or a fired round.
Just move that up a little bit to make sure.
It's just a closer up view.
89, please?
State Police Exhibit number 10, it's a bullet projectile or fired round found on the sidewalk of Campbell Ave.
And 90?
So this is the victim's coat with an evidence stanchion.
And there's a blue circle there that obviously that's not part of the photograph, is that fair to say?
Correct.
So does that show anything or draw any attention in particular in that photograph? Can you tell me, zoom in a little bit?
So that's the picture, that's a close-up view of the Taser probe.
And that's the probe in that right arm that we saw when you displayed the code earlier today?
It is.
Thank you. 91, please. Let me see here.
So this is from a view of the passenger side of the victim's vehicle. This was taken from the sidewalk facing south. And State Police Exhibit number 14 is Taser wire and probe that we found attached to the door of the vehicle.
Okay. We just zoomed in on that a little bit. You kind of see that Taser hanging over the door.
Yes, that's the Taser wire.
Taser wire. Okay. Thank you. 92, please.
So this is the front of Trooper Jackson's cruiser, and you can see State Police Exhibit number 5 on top of the hood of the vehicle.
And that's one of the shell casings.
It is.
Go ahead, man. I don't think zoom in on that. I think that's one. Okay. 93.
So this is just a different view. You can see State Police Exhibit 2 at the very bottom of the screen.
Do you remember what number 2 is?
It's an expended shell casing.
Number 94, please.
So this is just a rear view of Trooper Jackson's cruiser. You can see there's gloves on top of the hood of the trunk of the vehicle.
Number 95.
Just a different view of Trooper Jackson's cruiser.
And some of the medical equipment on the
Medical equipment is on the ground surrounding the cruiser.
Okay, and number 96.
So this is basically a close-up view of damage to Trooper Jackson's cruiser. And we basically put a measuring device on there to give it some type of perspective for the viewer. You can also see State Police Exhibit number 8 at the bottom right-hand corner of the screen.
And as a result of your investigation or your colleagues' investigation, do you believe that that was recent damage incident?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I'm intending to show the witness what's marked as 97 through 102, and I think 103 is already in evidence. So 97 through 102, and then 104 through 107, which are now marked for states for ID.
So 97 through 102 and 104 through 107 are marked for identification that you have there?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And same question, Trooper, if you can just take a look at these and let me know if these fairly accurately represent the way the Seacoast campaign.
Yes, these are overall photographs taken of the vehicles and evidence at the scene that night.
I'd offer them, Your Honor.
No objection.
Full exhibits, 97 through 102, 104 through 107.
You can just publish these in order. 97, please.
So that's a passenger side view of Trooper Jackson's vehicle, again with a measuring scale showing damage to the vehicle.
Similar to the last photo.
It is.
Okay. 98, please.
Just a close-up view of damage to the bottom portion of the passenger door, Trooper Jackson's vehicle.
99.
Overall view of the front right fender of Trooper Jackson's car and the damage to it.
100. And then also, actually, while we're on 99, can you see an evidence placard?
You can see two of them. You can see number 5 on the hood and you can see number 8 on the ground in front of the cruiser. Those are both expended shell casings.
Thank you. 100.
Just an interior view, Trooper Jackson's vehicle.
101.
This is a front-facing view or view of the front end of the victim's vehicle, the Hyundai.
102, please.
Just a different view of the Hyundai crashed into the back of the Chevy Trailblazer.
Uh, 104.
This is a view of the front driver's side door of the Hyundai, and there's a measuring device placed in there just to give the viewer an idea of the size of the damage to the vehicle.
105, please.
This is an overall view of the front driver's side window of the victim's vehicle.
And the window shattered.
The window is shattered, yes.
106.
This is an overall view from the front passenger side door, just showing the interior compartment of the vehicle.
And there's some glass on that passenger seat.
There is.
And 107.
So this is an overall view of the front passenger seat of the vehicle. In that photograph, you can see a bullet projectile amongst the glass on the seat.
Can you zoom in on that?
That's the bullet projectile.
And that's evidence.
It is. It was entered this morning.
Thank you. And the next 10, Your Honor, that I've just shown to defense counsel and that are marked for states for identification 108 through 110 and 112 through 118.
Okay.
Should be 10. So same question, do these fairly accurately depict the scene that evening if you just take a look at those 10 photos?
They do. These photographs are pictures of the vehicles and evidence seized from the scene that night.
I'd offer them, Your Honor. No objection.
Full exhibits 108 to 110 and 112 through 118.
If you could just publish these in order beginning in 108.
Yes, sir.
So that's the front passenger seat headrest.
And if you see anything in the rear, I guess the right rear or passenger rear seat.
Yes, there's glass and a bullet projectile.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, taser probe.
Okay. So that's let's go back to that. So that taser probe is lodged in the back of that seat. That's what that is.
Yes,
And when a taser fires, how many probes get fired?
2.
And the taser that we just saw, that's in evidence that we just made safe. Could you tell from examining it how many cartridges were fired?
1 cartridge was fired.
And
One was still live.
and one of the taser probes was the sums of the code.
Yes,
This was the other taser probe,
correct.
back rear seat.
It was.
109.
All right, that's an overall view of the front passenger seat of the vehicle. State Police Exhibit number 15, which is a bullet projectile.
And we'll go, you don't need to go to the next one. 110, please.
That's just a closer up view of State Police Exhibit 15, which is a bullet projectile.
Maybe zoom in on that one then. Okay, and that's already evidence from this morning,
It is.
and there's some fibrous material in that projectile
Yes.
around it. 112, please.
That's a State Police Exhibit number 16, which is a bullet projectile.
Maybe, okay. That's the, is that the rear seat?
That's the rear seat of the vehicle.
Fixed in with some glass there.
It is.
113, please. That's sort of more of a scanning view of that.
That's a better view. It's an overall view of the exhibits.
So I guess my question, if we could go, just to make sure we understand, that's a bullet projectile 116.
It is.
And if we go back to 108, is what we see there, is that the bullet projectile or is that the taser probe?
That's the taser probe.
Okay. And 112, please.
It's an overall view of State Police Exhibit number 16, which is one bullet projectile.
And 114.
This is an overall front view of Trooper North's cruiser.
And you see the Hyundai on the left.
I do.
115, please.
This is an overall driver's side view of Trooper North's cruiser.
And you notice anything on the like left rear quarter panel?
So on the driver's side rear quarter panel, there is damage to that vehicle. That was new damage.
116. Good. 116. Is that a closer up view?
That's a closer up view of the damage to his cruiser.
And it's your understanding that happened during the course of these events?
Yes.
117.
That's an overall passenger side view of Trooper North's cruiser.
Any damage there that you can see?
No.
118.
This is an overall view of the sidewalk once we remove the medical equipment.
So that's the same area that we saw. We saw several pictures of the medical debris.
This is once it's cleaned up.
Okay. Do you have any idea what the, I guess, dark spots are on the pavement there?
Blood-like staining.
Yeah, that's okay. Yes, we want. And I've just shown to defense counsel, Your Honor, the next 10 exhibits the state intends to show the jury, to show the witness. 119, 120, 124, 131, 132, 133. Sorry, I had one that's out of order, 125. And 148, 153, and 154.
Okay, those are marked that way for identification, right?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. So same question, Sergeant, if you could just take a look at those. And some of these are scene pictures, some are evidence pictures, and I think there's a picture of another trooper in here. If you could just indicate if these were taken in or close to the time of the events and fairly accurate.
All these photographs were taken either at the scene or when we were processing the victim's vehicle at State Police Troop I in Bethany.
Our offer states 119, 120, 124, 125, 131, 132, 133, 148, 153, and 154 for identification. I offer those in full.
No objection.
Full exhibits, all of those numbers.
And we just left off with you discussing some what look like blood-like substance on the pavement. Could you help me if you could just publish these in order, Your Honor?
I'm sorry?
We may publish these in order.
Yes.
If we go to 119, please.
So-
And what's that show?
That's an overall view of Campbell Ave facing west at the edge of the sidewalk. And basically that's blood-like staining where the troopers and officers were rendering aid to the victim.
And 120?
That's an overall photograph of Trooper Dowling. And basically we were just he was at the scene that night. So we were trying to document how he was in uniform and that he was wearing a body camera.
And we may see some body-worn camera later on Trooper Dowling. Is this generally where body-worn cameras mounted, I guess, so to speak?
Yes.
And 124?
That's an overall view of Trooper Jackson's body camera.
So at this time, have body-worn cameras changed, I guess, in the last 4 years?
They have. At the time of this incident, body cameras were very new.
So this is Panasonic on it?
Yes,
This is the body-worn camera of Trooper Jackson.
it was.
And this was worn, or a similar camera was worn by other troopers at the scene or troopers involved.
These were the body cameras that were issued to state police troopers at that time.
Thank you. 125, please.
It's an overall view of Trooper Jackson's baton.
And let me just ask you, Sergeant, before I move on, with regard to the body-worn cameras, what do you know about, at least as far as, unless anything's changed in 2020, when this incident occurred, what was the policy, or what is the policy regarding the body-worn cameras? At least as far as how troopers are, when they're required to wear them, when they're required to turn them on.
Required to wear them on shift during patrol, and they have to be activated with any public interaction.
And they have the ability to turn them on or off.
They do.
And do they have the ability to turn them off, maybe mute the sound?
They can mute the sound on them as well, yes.
Video might still be running?
Yes, the video will run and you can mute the sound so there'll be no audio recording.
So this is the Trooper Jackson's baton collapsed.
Correct.
131, please.
That's a State Police Exhibit number 9, which is a bullet projectile.
And I'm going to ask you to look at 132 next. Now that also, 132 also says Exhibit number 9. It's the same evidence that you saw in the last picture.
Yes, this is just a different view of the bullet projectile.
Okay, and just so the jury can see, maybe just go back one more time to 131. So that's basically the front, and the other picture was the rear of it, if you will.
Correct.
Thank you. And 133, please.
This is an overall view of State Police Exhibit number 10, which is one bullet projectile.
Okay, the next picture is, unfortunately, it's not uploaded into my system there. So I'm just going to ask you to describe what this photo is. This is number 148. Okay. Yes.
All right, so this is an overall view of the victim's vehicle at Troop I in Bethany. We processed this vehicle several days after the incident.
I can just hand this to the jury around.
Which one is that?
148.
Yes.
Don't have it. And could you go to 153?
All right, so this is an interior view of the rear, and this photograph is taken from the rear passenger side of the vehicle looking towards the interior of the vehicle.
And 154?
This photograph is taken from the front passenger side door while we were processing the vehicle looking inwards.
And I've just shown defense counsel what's marked as state's ID 134, 155, 156, and 157. So these 4 exhibits.
And those are marked for identification now?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. So same question with these 4. Those clearly and accurately depict evidence that was seized or photographed that night?
They do.
I'd offer them, Your Honor.
No objection.
Full exhibits 134, 155, 156, 157.
You can publish 134.
So this is an overall view of State Police Exhibit number 10, which is one bullet projectile.
And did you recall offhand where that was seized from?
I do not recall.
Would anything refresh your recollection?
My report.
Your evidence inventory form?
Yes.
So after looking at that, can you recall where that evidence item was retrieved from?
Yes, from the sidewalk of Campbell Ave, which is the scene of the incident.
Thank you. If we could go to 155.
So this is an overall view taken from the front driver's side door looking inwards. And basically you can see in the upper center portion of the photograph, there's a yellow sticky that says BS1. And that's what BS1 stands for bullet strike number 1. So that's where a bullet would have entered the seat of the vehicle.
We zoom in a little closer. That's where you're referring to?
Correct.
So maybe even, I think you can do this. You can zoom in just a little bit. Keep that open, but just zoom in again. Maybe you have to move that down. Maybe the jury can see it, but that little, I guess,
tear in the seat.
Yeah, thank you. Tear, that's the suspected bullet strike?
Correct. Yep.
Thank you. 156, please. And is that photograph that same area just from a different angle?
Just from a different view.
And we can zoom in a little closer. And what do we see here?
So basically, on the front portion of the seat, which is the right side of the photograph, you would see where the bullet entered, and it exited through the left side of the seat.
You suspected one of those bullets that was in the back seat might have gone through that area? Or-
Yes.
I have 39 and 40 for identification, Your Honor. I've shown these to the defense. And actually, let me start with, yes, 39. I'm showing you 39. Just tell me what 39 and 40 depict.
All right. So these are basically, it's basically a 3D scan, which shows a map, an overall view of the scene from the top portion of the scene looking down.
Now, did you do this scan?
One of the detectives that I work with did the scan.
Are you familiar generally with this technique?
Yes, this scanner is basically a 3D scanner, and basically it takes 8 to 10 minutes per scan. And at night, because the lighting is poor, it doesn't use color. It uses a grayscale or black and white scan. So basically the scanner spins around and it takes numerous scans and measurements so we can later map out a scene and accurately depict how the scene was, how we found it.
What's the purpose of using this tool for this technique? What advantages does it give you, I guess, in addition to, in addition to the photographs that we all looked at, how is this different?
So this is an overhead view of the scene or a top-down view of the scene, which basically shows the entire scene and how the vehicles were laid out. Also in the other map, as you want to call it here, you can see all yellow, little yellow stanchions. That shows where all the evidence was located at the scene. It gives a nice overall view from the top down, facing down of the scene.
And we say the top down, the top was actually physically limited by the overpass.
Yes, I-95.
So there would have been an ability to, say, like do a drone photo or anything like
No, a drone would not have been able to obtain these photographs.
that, or maybe higher position. This is the best way to get the photographs of that overall scene.
Correct.
And we have two pictures here, one showing, you can just tell us what the difference is between these two?
One is with the evidence stanchions, showing all the evidence we found on scene. The other is with not. Both maps show vehicle positions and how the vehicles were when we found them.
I'd offer them, Your Honor.
No objection.
Full exhibits 39 and 40.
Okay, hold it,
Yes.
we could go to 39, please. So this is what's generally known as a Faro scan?
It is.
Okay. And what, just maybe tell the jury what we're looking at.
So this is an overhead view or top-down view of the scene. In there, you can see the vehicles, and the letters above them are the license plates of the vehicles identifying each vehicle at the scene.
So I've just kind of blown up the area, and you can see some license plates
Yes,
on, that are kind of tagged next to or adjacent to the cars.
yes.
And I'm pointing at what's AS 21103. Which vehicle is this?
That's the victim's vehicle. That's the Hyundai.
And to the left, I guess to the right front, that's the Trailblazer.
That's a Chevy Trailblazer.
And whose vehicle is
That's
502 UTZ?
Trooper Norris Cruiser.
And the one behind it, 532 UTZ would be?
Trooper Jackson's Cruiser.
And 40, please. And if we could just, again, just to, I guess, orient, this is Campbell Avenue, correct?
Yep. So that's Campbell. That's Campbell Avenue, traveling east and west.
And this is the area under the overpass.
Yes.
We could, okay, so I've blown up the area where you said the evidence stanchions are also noted on the Ferroscan.
Yes. Each yellow stanchion there identifies an exhibit of evidence that we seized. Those numbers are the same evidence numbers that you saw earlier in photographs.
So those don't correspond to my exhibit numbers, but they correspond to your estimate.
State police exhibit
So
numbers.
if the jury were to see a photograph that would have one of these numbers, the evidence stanchion, that would be where that item is located.
Correct.
And, okay. And also, if there's an item that's maybe there's not a stanchion for, but it's whereas numbers that are reflected on the stanchions, they're also reflected on the envelopes that we saw, that we did today, correct?
They are
So those are the same.
the same numbers.
Thank you. One moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Couple more questions, Your Honor. This might be a good time for break.
Before the questions or after?
I think I just exhibit on each retrieve, so happy to wait till after the break.
Okay, then we'll take a 15-minute break now.
All rise. Court stands in recess. Court is again in session. You may be seated. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Marshal.
Good afternoon, Your
Good
Honor.
afternoon, Your Honor.
Anything before we bring the jury?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, could we do that? Do we agree that the jury and the alternates are present?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Slick?
Thank you, Your Honor. Sorry, can I have just a couple more questions, please? A couple more exhibits today. I know it's been a long afternoon. I'm going to show you what's been marked as, I know the chance to see this exhibit, which is now marked as 135. Can you take a look at that?
Yes.
And what does that represent?
It's an overall view of the passenger side of the Hyundai.
And there's some evidence markers there too?
Yes, 12, 13, 14, and number 7 are identified in that picture.
I'd offer it, Your Honor.
No objection.
Full exhibit. 135.
Yes, sir. Anything published, Your Honor?
Can I see?
No, it's just.
Yes.
So, Sergeant, again, if you could just tell the jury what we see here. Maybe first, if my assistant could just zoom in on the door area where there are fires hanging out. So, that didn't really help, I guess. But maybe you can see. But we saw earlier another photo of the taser wires hanging out in the front passenger side door of the Hyundai.
Yes,
And you can see that in this photo too.
you can.
Okay, go back out. Some glass behind the car.
Yes, so the front passenger side door window is broken, and that's what the glass is on the ground. Hanging in that window doorway area is a taser wire. That's exhibit number 14.
So when you arrived on the scene, is it fair to say that major crime doesn't get to the scene immediately necessarily if they're called to investigate a major incident?
Correct. We arrived a few hours after the incident.
And when you arrived on the scene, was this how the scene looked with respect to these vehicles?
Yes.
So I want to draw your attention to the location of the glass, which is sort of behind the right rear quarter panel of the car, and the door, or the window, which you just said was shattered. Do you have an explanation for why that, based on your knowledge of this investigation, do you have an explanation for as to why that glass is to the rear of where that door was shattered?
Yes, so the Hyundai was approximately 10 feet further back. It was not up against the Chevy Trailblazer. After we reviewed body camera footage from the troopers at the scene, we observed once they were removing Mr. Soulemane from the vehicle the went forward and crashed into the Chevy Trailblazer.
So did your investigation establish then that when right after Soulemane was shot, before he was removed, the vehicle was several feet back to where it was now?
It was after the vehicles exited the highway onto Campbell Ave. It struck the Trailblazer once, and then it came to a stop. And then once they were removing Mr. Soulemane from the vehicle went forward and crashed into the back of the Chevy Trailblazer.
Do you know how that happened, or do you have any?
I can't explain it.
But it happened while they were pulling him out of the car.
While they were removing him from the vehicle.
Okay, and so there's some damage to that right front of the Hyundai. We've seen closer up pictures of that, some of the other exhibits. But most of that, is it fair to say that most of that damage probably occurred when the original impact to those two vehicles happened?
Yes, the second impact was a very low speed impact.
It's going to be 47. So short clips.
Okay.
And I'm going to hand the witness what's been marked by the clerk as states 47 for identification, which is a red thumb drive with some writing on it. You recognize that?
I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
It's a thumb drive with video clips of the incident on it. I initialed the thumb drive saying I viewed it.
Okay. You watched the video clips that are on this thumb drive?
Yes, they're basically shortened video clips. After incidents, the cameras in the cruiser and the body cameras are running for an extended period of time. The video clips on this thumb drive are just shortened versions.
And those, the segments that are on there are the full video clips that fairly and accurately represent those sections of the fuller videos.
They do.
I'd offer it, Your Honor.
No objection.
Exhibit.
Thank you, Sergeant. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Mr. Ricchio.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Afternoon, sir.
Thank you. So starting from the last exhibit, and then I'm going to sort of work in reverse order since we just talked about the damage to that white Hyundai. Actually, could you bring up 101 for me? Actually, I'm sorry, 102. Okay. So, sir, we just saw evidence, was it 135, which is the right passenger side of the vehicle of the Hyundai as well, the damage having been sustained to it. If you recall just seeing that exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. This is stage 102. And is this an accurate depiction of how you found the Hyundai up against the Trailblazer?
It is.
Now, there was just testimony that in this state, this was a low impact situation that led to these two cars finding themselves at this resting place, correct?
Correct.
But did your investigation also indicate that the white Hyundai had struck that black Trailblazer at a high rate of speed earlier in that afternoon?
Yes.
In fact, that white Hyundai sustained heavy front end damage hitting that black Trailblazer just after coming off of Candle Avenue exit, correct?
Correct.
So we've seen a series of exhibits. Certainly not going to go through them all with you. You brought us through them. But just a few questions about some of the things that we saw. For example, we saw evidence and photographs of a Taser that was used, the Taser wires, and essentially all photographic evidence regarding a Taser. So let me ask you a few questions regarding a Taser.
Sure.
In order for it to be effective, your testimony was that both probes have to make contact with the subject, correct?
Correct.
And that's because in order for it to work, and I think that the formal term is neuromuscular incapacitation if both prongs or both probes hit the subject, correct?
Correct.
And if both of those probes don't hit the subject, it would not have the same effect.
Correct.
Let me ask you this. If one probe of two struck a subject, would it have any effect?
It would have no effect.
Now, in this particular matter, one of the pieces of evidence that you just described showed one of the probes actually sticking in a seat, correct?
Correct.
Which sort of begs the question, was it effective? Because if there's evidence that only one charge was utilized and one of the probes is in a seat, is it fair to assume that that taser had no effect?
Correct. It had no effect.
Additionally, another piece of evidence that you presented was the jacket that the suspect, Mr. Soulemane, was wearing at the time of this incident. Generally speaking, is the fact that someone may be wearing a very heavy, puffy coat, would that cause the probe to have difficulty to make contact with the suspect?
Yes.
From your investigation, did that single probe that we saw have made contact with that jacket, did it make contact with Mr. Soulemane?
It did not.
So the use of that taser, correct, withdrawn. So when that charge was fired, neither probe made contact with Mr. Soulemane,
Correct.
having therefore no effect whatsoever.
It was completely ineffective.
Is it also fair to say that when a taser is used, and in fact you mentioned this, that distance has a relevant consideration, correct?
It does.
And to simplify it, the closer you are, the less of an effect it may have on the suspect, correct?
Correct.
Is there a general policy as to what the ideal distance should be for a taser to have maximum effect?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. Now, in this particular case, through your investigation, did it show that the taser, when fired, was from a very short distance between the taser itself and the subject to whom it was fired at?
It was.
And as you testified, nevertheless, that taser would have had no effect because one probe was in a seat, the other probe did not pierce completely the jacket that he wore.
Correct.
Is there also irrelevant consideration regarding tasers that this distance is relevant to what they call the spread? Can you explain what the spread means when we're talking about a taser?
Yes. So when the taser is fired, the two prongs are fired from the end of the taser, of the cartridge. The spread is the distance between the two probes. The greater the spread, if they make successful contact, the greater the incapacitation rate. The shorter the spread of the taser, the less effect it's going to have if it makes contact.
Okay. Now, in this particular matter, again, we know that it was not effective as the probes did not make contact with the subject. Knowing the way tasers work, given the relative closeness between the taser and the probes, would it have had any effect had it made contact with the subject?
I don't believe it would have penetrated his jacket based on my training and experience.
The last photograph that the state introduced was a passenger side view. Matter of fact, may I ask, please, 135. And if I could also ask you to blow up the right-hand side of the picture, focusing in on the open door. Thank you very much. Now, in this particular photo, stage 135, did your investigation, did you learn through your investigation that that right passenger window was broken using the baton that was also admitted as evidence in this case?
Yes.
And in fact, if we look on the left-hand side of this same exhibit, you had testified that that glass is likely from the glass that shattered on the ground is likely from the shattered window on the right-hand side of this vehicle, front passenger door.
It is.
And that door is the door through which, thank you, the taser was fired.
Correct.
Do you know, did your investigation present to you how specifically, or who rather specifically, broke that window?
Yes, a West Haven police officer.
Okay. Utilizing the baton that was admitted as evidence today?
Yes, Trooper Jackson's baton.
All right. Now, okay, thank you. We saw photographs, sir, of Trooper North's weapon. And when a Connecticut State Trooper is a Connecticut State Trooper, the weapons that they are issued are department-issued weapons, correct?
Correct.
And to say it in a different way, it's not as though a Connecticut State Trooper could obtain his or her own weapon and bring it to work, correct?
Not in a patrol capacity.
Okay. Now, so generally speaking, these are, again, department-issued weapons that the department is aware of.
Correct.
Because they scouted, for lack of a better term, what would be probably the best weapon to use for the work that they were doing.
Correct.
And also when it relates to the body-worn cameras and the MVRs, which I've called the motor vehicle recordings, but these are the mobile vehicle recordings. Is that the correct terminology?
I just call it mobile video recording.
Okay.
That's a term used back in the day.
The body-worn cameras, as you testified, only operate, correction. Tell us again how it is that the body-worn cameras turn on and turn off.
The body-worn cameras synced to the trooper's assigned patrol vehicle. So when he activates the lights and the siren, the body-worn camera is activated, or he can manually, or she activate the body camera by turning it on and off with the switch on the body camera.
All right. Now, policy states that body-worn cameras must be on when troopers are interacting with the public, correct?
Correct.
Which is not other officers, correct?
Correct.
So body-worn cameras have to be on when interacting with members of the public.
Correct.
Now, you've indicated some sort of a feature where an officer can turn the camera off, but policy states that that shouldn't happen, right? That it shouldn't manually be turned off so long as you're interacting with the public.
Correct.
And you also said that these same body-worn cameras automatically turn on when the siren is turned on and the lights are turned on in the vehicle?
Correct.
Now, the technology of body-worn cameras obviously was in existence at the time of this event. When, if you know, when was it that body-worn cameras became a staple at the Connecticut State Police?
It was within a year, give or take, of the incident. It was very new at the time.
Okay. And you did indicate that we saw image of the body-worn camera as it existed January 2020. Has the technology changed?
It has.
Gone on? Is it smaller or?
It's smaller.
Okay. In looking at Trooper North's weapon, one of the photographs, multiple photographs, showed the magazines that were also in his belt and in his gun, correct?
Correct.
And two of those magazines were, if you don't recall, I will show you, two of those magazines were completely full.
Correct.
How many bullets are in a magazine?
It depends. Each magazine is different.
Okay. Now, but we can agree that two of those magazines were full, correct?
Correct.
Matter of fact, if I could just take a minute. Pardon me, Your Honor, I'm just trying to locate an exhibit. Here. Which one is it? What do I say? Sir, you're being shown what is States 127. And the two magazines, one to the severe right-ins picture, one in the center, both of those are full, correct?
They are.
Now, can you count how many bullets are in each of those magazines? And maybe could I ask that one of those full magazines be standard? Thank you.
I'm counting 17 bullets.
All right. Now, can we also agree, and that's in the highlighted magazine is the center magazine. If we can return to the original picture, can we agree that there's also 17 in the magazine all the way to the right?
$17.
Okay. And then finally, if to focus your attention on the third magazine, that being farthest to the left, how many are in the magazine?
I'm counting 10.
And then if you count the round that's above it but not next to it, would that be 11?
Correct.
During points in your testimony, and it may have been just standard operating procedure, you were referring to the gentleman who was the occupant of the white Hyundai Sonata as a victim. Now, we can agree that that's typically language that sort of naturally is used in your line of work, correct?
Correct.
Your investigation, however, did also indicate that this same individual, the lone occupant of the white Hyundai Sonata, had committed a series of criminal offenses prior to finding his way onto Campbell Avenue, correct?
Yes.
He pulled a knife on somebody at an AT&T store on Main Avenue in Norwalk. Did your investigation produce that?
It did.
Did your investigation produce that this same occupant of the white Hyundai Sonata had, depending on what language you use, carjacked or otherwise stole a Lyft driver's vehicle on Main Avenue in Norwalk?
It did.
Did your investigation also indicate that the lone occupant of this white Hyundai Sonata drove from Norwalk to West Haven at times in speeds of excess of 100 miles an hour?
It did.
Did your investigation also indicate that in driving from Route 7 onto I-95 at over 100 miles an hour, he was putting hundreds of motor vehicle drivers at risk by those high reckless speeds?
It did.
And though I'm sure the members of the jury are aware, let's just take a minute and talk about all the towns that this 100 mile an hour or thereabouts speed hit. This started in Norwalk, correct?
Correct.
If you could please tell us the towns, once on I-95, tell us the towns that I-95 goes through between Norwalk and West Haven.
All right. So it started in Norwalk, Westport, Fairfield, Bridgeport, Stratford, Milford, West Haven.
And through each and every one of those towns, the lone occupant of this white Hyundai Sonata was driving recklessly in excessive speed, weaving in and out of traffic, correct?
And rammed cruisers.
To that end, there were multiple photographs that were shown identifying damage that had existed to both Trooper North's car and Trooper Jackson's car, correct?
Correct.
In fact, if I could just find it. 116, please. So you're being shown what states 116. States 116 is Trooper North's cruiser left rear quarter panel. I believe your testimony was earlier in the afternoon that this was fresh damage. Is that the language you used?
Correct.
And did your investigation show that this damage to the left rear quarter panel was done by the white Hyundai Sonata driven by Mr. Soulemane as police tried to box him in on the highway?
It did.
Back to 115, please. This is a farther away view of the same vehicle, Trooper North's vehicle. Can we agree that there's damage on the right-hand side of this photograph? There's damage to the rear quarter panel?
There is.
I believe your testimony was that this was also fresh damage.
It was.
And did your investigation show that this damage was caused by Mr. Soulemane on I-95 while Trooper North and Trooper Jackson were trying to box him in to try to stop the pursuit?
It did.
97, please. States 97 is the front quarter panel, passenger side Trooper Jackson's car. Testimony was that this was fresh damage, correct?
Correct.
And did your investigation show that this damage was caused by Mr. Soulemane driving that white Hyundai Sonata while Trooper Jackson and Trooper North were trying to box him in?
It did.
And then finally, 99, please. This is another closer view of Trooper Jackson's vehicle, front quarter panel, passenger side. Can we agree that this was identified during direct as fresh damage?
It was.
And this is damage caused by Mr. Soulemane driving that white Hyundai Sonata on I-95. And that damage was caused when Trooper Jackson and Trooper North tried to box Mr. Soulemane in.
It was.
And did your investigation indicate whether or not Trooper Jackson and Trooper North were successful in slowing his vehicle on I-95?
I did. Our investigation showed they were unsuccessful.
And through all of the towns that you testified this pursuit went through, Mr. Soulemane continued to drive recklessly through each and every one of those towns, correct?
He did.
This pursuit occurred on a Wednesday afternoon. Were you aware of that?
I was.
And this pursuit also took place at rush hour between 4:30 and 5 p.m. in the afternoon. Were you aware of that?
I was.
Can we agree that I-95 on a Wednesday afternoon going north between Norwalk and West Haven is a heavily traveled road, correct?
It is.
With a lot of traffic.
Correct.
Moderate to heavy traffic, is that a fair assessment?
Very fair.
And notwithstanding heavy traffic during rush hour on a weekday afternoon, Mr. Soulemane drove his car in reckless fashion on a state roadway, I-95.
Correct.
Thank you. I just have a moment, Your Honor. Thank you. Just a couple more questions, sir. Thank you. Now, sorry. You were the main investigator in this case,
I was.
and you were the main investigator for obviously an officer-involved shooting.
Correct.
How long were you on this case, so to speak?
About a day and a half.
Now, is that standard operating procedure to only investigate a case for a day and a half?
No.
Why did you stop investigating this case after a day and a half?
This incident occurred on a Wednesday evening. Friday morning, I was at State Police Headquarters in Middletown seizing body camera footage and mobile video footage from the cruisers involved. I was contacted by my sergeant at the time, Sergeant Ralph Soda, and he said that all state police investigations pertaining to this case had concluded, and the case was being transferred over to investigators at the Chief State's Attorney's Office in Rocky Hill, and we were to end any investigative efforts at that time.
Now, was this your first officer-involved shooting that you ever investigated?
No,
How many other officer-involved shootings had you investigated?
dozens.
And typically, when you do investigate an officer-involved shooting, does your agency follow it through from beginning to end?
It does.
And that was not the case in this particular case,
No.
particular matter. Just have one moment, Your Honor, please.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Some brief redirect, Your Honor. So Mr. Soulemane was speeding.
Correct.
Maybe he committed reckless driving,
Correct.
changing without lanes,
Correct.
perhaps some other infractions.
Correct.
So he deserved to be prosecuted.
Correct.
He didn't deserve to be killed, though, did he?
Objection.
Withdrawn.
Sustained.
Someone,
Second, please, would you strike that, ma'am?
So you talked about the taser use. Somebody who's using a taser, who's aware and has the training that you have as a trooper or a police officer, they would take into consideration how far away they are from a subject they're planning on tasing, correct?
Correct.
So with respect to, you talked about how it's, I think even on direct and on cross, how the effectiveness of the taser will be affected by how close you are and how dispersed the probes deploy when they strike the person.
Correct.
So somebody who's planning on using a taser should take that into consideration, shouldn't they?
They should.
And I won't show you the photographs again of the defendant's weapon, but the conclusion is based on the math of that first magazine and the chambered round that was removed. 7 rounds were missing.
Yes.
Thank you. No, nothing further.
Anything, Mr.?
Nothing further, thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
You're excused.
We have a mission witness, Your Honor, or want to conclude for the day, that's fine as well.
I think we conclude for the day, unless you have a really short witness, but I think we should, I don't want to cramp your style, sir. So I would say we should probably conclude for the day. We'll okay. So we're adjourned for today and tomorrow. In the meantime, please do not make up your mind or form any opinions about the evidence you've heard so far. You've heard more. You'll still hear more. I do not discuss the matter with anyone, including your fellow jurors, any of this at all. And you're not to seek out any information outside or do any investigation or go to the scene of the incident. Do not respond to inquiries from the press. If you think that somebody is from the press, do not do that. Don't respond to inquiries from anyone about the case. And in the event you run across coverage of this matter, which could happen, avoid watching it, please. Like I told you at the beginning, we want to keep you the way you were as to this case when you got here last week. Okay? I hope you have a pleasant evening. Leave your notebooks here and the marshals will collect them, okay? Thank you. You may go. You're excused. Do we have anything to take up? Okay, thank you. We'll see you in the morning.
All rise.